Yes. Yes, I'm playing Stanley Parable. Hello, hello, hello. How you guys doing today? I need to make my post that I'm gonna be streaming this game on social media. So I will do that now. I drop everything to watch a Baaulp stream? Damn! Thank you. That's big.
New follower.
Hey, thank you for the follows. I'm getting set up right now. Please give me a moment.
Resubscriber.
Hey! Thank you for,
I haven't played this game in years.
Thank you, Gordon Radio TV. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 35 months of support. Much appreciated. I don't know why, but I'm having a lot of fun attaching this gif of Stanley from The Office. I don't even like The Office, but I think it's funny that to have a gif of Stanley from The Office on my post about playing the Stanley Parable. That's the 50-year-old in me jumping out. Baaulp old head moments? Yeah. Call me an old head. I'm an old head. Of oh. Alright, I'm just about ready. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome. It is 3:53 p.m. here on the East Coast of North America, here in my neck of the woods. It is Sunday, February 2nd, 2025. I gotta check some stuff off on my to-do list, like streaming. I streamed today. That's what I'm doing right now. Hello! How y'all doing? Hope you're doing good. Alright. I gotta crack one of these open. My birthday in 20 days? Really? You know, your birthday only happens once a year, so you should enjoy it. I need a daily planner. I don't have a daily planner. I just write everything on post-it notes, which I'm not going to turn around because there's secret info on there. But yeah. How y'all doing? Hope y'all are doing good. Well, as good as can be. The news is, the news is, The news is yeah.
New follower.
Music's a little loud. Yeah, I should turn it down a little bit. But Kathy Dennis is just so smooth. Anyway, but yeah. Yeah. Aside from the news, I hope your personal life is going good. Although with the tariffs and all of that, the two might intersect very quickly. You know. Anyway, how y'all doing today? Hope you're doing good. As good as can be. I played Warhammer today. I don't want to be a bummer, but I hope you're done buying all the Warhammer stuff you've bought, because that shit might become a little bit more expensive. Anyway, yeah, I don't want to be too depressing. People are here for fun. I live in the UK. It won't. Well, it will. Yeah, that's. Yeah, Oh, it will, but not because of Trump. Really? I mean, Games Workshop is. I don't mind saying it because I'm not like sponsored by them or anything, and I have no skin in the game. But Games Workshop, very like. What's the right word for it? Aggro company. Because Game Workshop are cucks. Hey, my chat said it, not me. Anywho, you guys want to see the scab that I picked on my finger? Really faint. Right there. It was like it was a black spot, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And it was a scab, and I picked at it. I've done that. Because now it's gonna take longer to heal. I hope it was a scab and nothing more serious. Probably was just a scab. Are you going to survive? I hope. You just have black spots on you? Well, you see, I mean, yes, I have another one right here. Like a little birthmark kind of thing. And I have one right here. Another little birthmark kind of thing. But this was a scab. Because I scratched at it and I picked it off. And it came off. And now a new one's going to be there. I don't know why I did that, because now it's going to take even longer to heal. Anywho, enough about my weird body. Enough about the news, which is so fucking depressing.
Stanley Parable.
Hey, thank you for the 46 months of support. Thank you, Hank Romento. Much appreciated. Thank you for all the resubs today. But yeah, put a bandage on it. For something this small, I don't need to put a band-aid on something this small. Anyway, as the text suggests, yes, we are going to play Stanley Parable. Something I want to do this year is I want to knock 4 games off my my backlog. My backlog has a fuck ton of games on it, and it's like everyone else with some amount of expendable income. I have a huge backlog of just games that I've bought. I was like, ooh, how economical! I'll buy this game while it's on sale, and then I'm just playing, like I just keep playing the same games over and over. Like I buy this game while it's on sale, like, ooh, this game's on sale, I'll buy it, I'll play it. And then I just play Street Fighter and Tekken and Call of Duty with my friends. So or like the nth run of Balatro. So this year, I mean, it's like books. That's how Gaben gets you. The way I see it is like books. I have books. Over here? See over here? It's hard to tell because it's covered by plushies, but there are books there. And I've only read half of them because people do that. People buy books and then don't read them. And if you're a gamer, you do the same thing but with games. But I'm gonna put a stop to it. I am gonna read more, and I am gonna clear more games out of my backlog, starting with this one, Stanley Parable. A few days. Speaking of books, this is a great segue. The reason why I picked this game, I'm not like going from like top to bottom because that would just be alphabetical order, and that's probably not as exciting. But the reason why I picked this one first is because I was at a bookstore with a friend like last month, and we were looking through just whatever, and I came upon this book, and it was like it was interesting, not interesting enough for me to buy it. Okay, it's not interesting enough for me to buy, but it was an interesting book, and what the book was it was a book of what they thought the best game was from like 19 1980 to like 2024. What the best book each year was. Are you having a stroke? I don't know, chat. Is one of my eyes droopier than the other? Was one side of my face droopier than the other? I'm not slurring my words. No joke. You got me on a segue now. FAST. I don't know why I remember that so well, but face, arm, speech, time. Time being you gotta get them to a hospital stat because they're having a stroke. That one was kind of...
Spin.
Yo, Zot G, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 38 months of support. Kicking off a hype train. Much appreciated. Do you smell burnt toast? I think it's too late if you spell burnt toast. I think it's the FAST acronym. The acronym. It's face. Like if their face is drooping, arm. Like if they can't keep one arm still when you ask them to hold out their arms. Speech if they're slurring their speech, and time. I remember the little song they taught me. Time stands for get them to the hospital on time because they're losing brain cells. I shouldn't be laughing at the phrase losing brain cells. I don't know. Losing brain cells is just a funny phrase to me, even if it's a little scary. Sorry. What the fuck was I talking about? Oh yeah. So yeah, it was a book of it's just a book of what this author thought the best game was every single year. And I was flipping through it just out of curiosity, and it was what you expected. It was like Pong, Tetris, Super Mario Bros. It was like that stuff. It was like Sonic the Hedgehog, Call of Call of Duty.
Follower.
Hey, thank you for the follow. But when I flipped through it, I was like getting to the more recent years, and I don't know when Stanley Parable came out, but Stanley Parable was, according to the author, the best game that came out the year the Stanley Parable came out. Like nothing close. Like that just was the best game of the year. So that stuck in my mind. I'm like, what game should I play? I want to clear my backlog this year. I was like, oh, I guess I should play this game. If it beat out every other game in that year, sure. So, I do like to start my streams talking about like the news and all that stuff, like not in a professional way, just what's going on, but it's depressing. So I think I'm just gonna get right to it because you guys probably don't want to think about it. In light of recent events, I extra appreciate anybody, including those of you who have resubbed today. Yeah. Let me go ahead and switch to the game. That's probably a smart thing to do. Wrong game. Ah, why isn't it working? Oh wait, no. You guys see it. Hold on. Okay. You guys see it. Sorry, I'm adjusting a few things on my end on OBS. You guys need the chat background for this? I know this game doesn't have a UI.
Gift subs.
Hey! What was that? Thank you, Nickel Shark. Thank you, Nickel Shark. For the, should probably be on the bottom. Like I said, I should probably be on the bottom. I know this game doesn't have UI elements. Oh. Yeah. This is probably good. Probably good. Thank you, Nickel Shark. Giving out a gift sub. If you got a gift sub from them, be sure to say thank you. That was very, very generous of you. Alright. Anything else I have to... Is this a loud game? Should I turn it down ahead of time? I don't want to blow anyone's eardrums out. Whoa. We're on the pick language screen and people are excited. I should be playing more of these kinds of games. We're on the pick language screen and the subs are
The
rolling
Stanley
in.
Parable, Excelsior.
Thank you, Twazuk, for the resub. Much appreciated. Much. Yeah, I think we're good. Yes, I want English subtitles for you. Oh wait, fuck! If there are subtitles at the bottom of the screen, I should move everything back up. I didn't realize that. My brain's small. Anyway. No, I haven't. Oh shit. It's 4. Hold on. Alright. The moment the clock changes to 4:09, I'm switching it. I'm hitting. This is gonna be so accurate. Why aren't they just pulling from some library? Hey, wait a minute. Why aren't they just pulling from some library that gives them the time? I just realized that. They want to know. Okay. Okay. I know this is like a single player game, so that's probably good. Go Reddit. I'm just gonna preemptively turn it down to 69%. Both because that's a funny number, but also because that's like probably a good level of audio.
New follower.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay. Yeah, this is not Source. They just super, like, made it feel like Source, I think. Because they had to use... They remade it in Unity. I don't know why they had to switch off of Source, to be honest. The original was a Half-Life 2 mod. Fair, fair. Whoa, getting like a little lag. Stuttering. I got a beast computer now, so this shouldn't be happening. Copyright issues? Why would there be copyright issues? Maybe they didn't want to pay Valve for the license to use Source. That could be a thing. Oh, they wanted it on consoles. That makes a lot of sense then, yeah. Because Valve is chill, but Source Engine probably makes it like a million times harder.
All his coworkers were gone. What could it mean?
Like Valve just straight
Stanley
up doesn't
decided
care
to go
about
to the
consoles.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I don't think Source is bad. I think Source just does not care about consoles at all. Valve would rather make their
No
own
matter how
console.
hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his coworkers.
Valve would rather make the Steam Deck than have Source be easier to build for consoles. They just don't give a fuck. I know this game is a funny game, so I'm trying to like look for little jokes. Yo, air fryer! Think of the bits. 30 cents. 30 cents added to the pile. Okay, I'm not gonna play this game in the most infuriating way. If I see a joke, I'll see a joke. It's not my job to look for the jokes. You gotta throw the jokes at me.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Ooh, chat. We have some agency. Chat, left or right? Left. You choose? Okay, I'll pick left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Ugh. I don't miss corporate environment. Definitely don't miss it. Where's the projector? Oh. I never did. I was a software engineer, so I never, like, you know, had to just sit through. You know, it was like we fought to have minimal meetings, and we never had any fluff like this. My work felt real to a degree, thank God. But like, ugh.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
I play with the broom. I can't
There was
jump.
nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I zoom in. Oh! Right click moves. Oh, I can play this game one-handed. I can play this game one-handed. Yo. I wanted to read that note.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Ooh.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself. Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream.
Drive away.
Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Wah, wah, wah.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Okay. That was one ending. I don't know how many endings there are. I know, like, just through cultural osmosis that this is one of those games where you just, like, try to get all the different endings. That's, don't do PCP, kids.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
PCP, never once. Whippets? Whippets will make you lose brain cells rapidly, but they won't do that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. Yes, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
What was I gonna say? Man, fucking...
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room will a little creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Oh, I'm sorry, is it all crackly? Hold on, I'll pause it. I'll pause it. Alright, I have to check something on my phone. I'm getting like a notification. Doesn't matter, but it does matter. Okay. But yeah, no, PCP never once. Galaxy Gas, from what I can tell, because I've never done it, I've never done whippets, but it just fucks you up, but not in a fun way. PCP fucks you up in like a scary way. Like, I don't know if this video has been like expunged from the internet.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
What was I gonna say? I don't know if this video has been expunged from the internet or not, but when I was in high school, one of the funniest videos on the internet, PCP Bronx Flash. And that video, while very funny, makes me never want to ever do PCP ever. Very good anti-drug material. You think I should keep staying in this room? The clock accurate? It is accurate. Wait, no, the clock's not accurate. Because it's 11:04. Or sorry, not 11:04. 11:20. Like 30 minutes fast. I mean, I set the time right. Why'd the game ask me about the time if it's not going to even have accurate clocks in the game? How long do you think I should stay in here, chat? The clock is at 10:55? No, it's not. What are you talking about? How do you get 10:55 from this? Spend the rest of the stream in here? Hold up. It's not. It says 11. Don't worry about it. We could just chill and chat. Yeah, what if we just chilled and chat here? Little hand is hour, big hand is minute. Except it's 4:30. I put the time as 4:30. So in what world is this 4:30? So either way, the clock's not accurate. And you get money. What do you... I mean, technically, I streamed and people just have been resubbing and gift subbing and dropping bits, so... Technically speaking, yeah, I'm getting money right now. And I also... Yo, thank you for the bits, Zot G. Thank you for the 45 bits. That's 45 US cents. Thank you, Air Fryer. Buy one, get one free. Thank you for the bits. I wasn't begging. I wasn't asking. I wasn't like begging or asking you guys, although it is appreciated. Shit. Thank you. Thank you, Lumen. Thank you guys for the bits. Thank you, Lumen Estes, for the resub. Thank you for the 53 months of support. Thank you, Nickel Shark, once again for the gift sub. That's 2 gift subs now. I wasn't begging. I was just saying, streamers, you know, the act of streaming is me trying to make money. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. The Baaulp 1 million subs? Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll be the first streamer to get 1 million subs on any platform. Yeah, I wasn't begging, I was just making an observation. To be honest, because, you know, since day one, I've always been transparent. With how, and this isn't like trying to be, you know, if I'm gonna be real for a moment, I'm not even trying to be dire. Like, with the way the world is shaping up, I wouldn't be surprised if I made less money than I've ever made before streaming. I don't think I would need to stop, but it would definitely make me like reprioritize things. And I'm not alone. I would not be the only streamer thinking that. People's wallets are about to get real tight. Their entertainment budgets are about to get way smaller, and when I stream, when people resub to me, that is part of their entertainment budget, I would hope. So, yeah, this is not like, this isn't me being like, you know, oh no, but like, I think any streamer that isn't just like a dumb kid can see the writing on the wall and look at the news and be like, all right, you live in North America, your wallet is about to, you know, your paychecks are about to, your paycheck and my paycheck are about to get stretched thinner, so I'm gonna have to reevaluate I don't think I'm gonna stop streaming, and I don't think I'm gonna ever stop streaming because I like it too much, but I think right now a lot of people are gonna have to reevaluate, myself included, like how we like, you know, how we do things. No shade, but if it gets to a food versus Baaulp sub with my money, survival means I can watch more Baaulp. Yeah, exactly. Also, you don't need to preface that with no shade. I would hope that's your choice. If it ever got to the point where it was like, do I buy food or sub to Baaulp or anyone in RTVS? I would hope you're picking food.
Resubscriber.
I would, yeah.
Spent my Galaxy PCP allowance on this sub.
Glad to know I'm making a difference. Thank you, Nito by Nito, for the sub. Much appreciated. Thank you for the Prime sub. But yeah, no, I would hope that, yeah, you're picking food and not Twitch for anybody, not just me. But yeah, no, I'm gonna have to like reevaluate things. I think I might stream less, but I might do more other stuff. You know what? Without revealing too much, I got plans this year. Even with all the talk of tariffs and people in North America not being able to afford as much in the coming days, I think I'll make it work. and I still think that my expectations of rising like a phoenix and becoming even bigger this year are true. So I'm gonna leave this room now.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Oh, room looks kind of interesting.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Do it? Okay. You can only choose one item label character. The rest will vanish forever. Which would you choose and why? Hey, my favorite item label character, you guys haven't even seen. Checkmate.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left. Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Hey!
Baaulp Nation.
Thank you, Honest Tom's Discount Beef. Thank you for the resub. Much appreciated.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
That was cute. Hey, I wasn't joking, by the way. All
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
My favorite item label
Stanley
guy,
decided to go
you
to
guys
the
haven't
meeting
seen
room.
yet.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
But, and without revealing too much, I will say you guys will get to see it soon. Are they cute or scary?
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Oh, liminal, so liminal, guys. It's liminal.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Alright, you know what? Let's go.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Hey, Mike!
Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our
Hi,
destination?
hello,
even if
everyone.
there's no story there?
Lenovo told
to put
me
it
that
another
my
way,
aura was
is the
limitless,
story of
so
no
I knew it was
destination
time to
still a
resub.
story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your
Mike, thank you
existence
for the resub.
rests inside of your subjective
doing good?
experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Alright, we're going through the adventure line.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Alright, chat, help me analyze this.
Now,
Alright, help me remember. You got it, chat? You're playing this with me now. Okay.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of... Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley.
Ice cream!
I'm ready for it.
Okay, the game didn't hear me.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
The, what was I gonna say? Oh, I went back into this thing. What was I gonna say? Forgot what I was gonna say. Shit.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey. though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we?
This is your favorite
Eventually.
ending of the original game?
Well, in the meantime, if you...
Oh!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I respect the writing process of
Yet
just
there
jump
was not a
scaring the
single
player when you
person
don't feel
here
like writing
either.
anything else.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Jacking it. Stanley's jacking it in the broom closet. Alright, he's a 2-pump chump. Anyway.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
You know it's a fancy bathroom when they have carpets in the bathroom. And if you're wondering, ew, won't the carpet get nasty? Yes, but rich people don't think like that. If the carpet gets nasty, they just throw it away and get a new one. Or burn it, like Mr. Burns. You also know it's a fancy bathroom because the toilet paper roll is in the most inconvenient spot ever. Like, if you were taking a shit here, you'd have to bend your arm backwards to get at this, or twist your whole torso. What an evil spot to put the paper towel, the toilet paper. Do you have Barbie doll arms? I mean, I can do this. You know, you just have to get it like this. You don't need Barbie doll arms to... Can you not twist your arm back like that? You know? Not the most comfortable thing to do.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
1, 2. Ooh.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never... Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Streamer luck, yeah. Was this room in the OG game? I don't remember this. This is the deluxe edition. So there might be
Descending
additional
deeper
content.
into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar.
Oh, this is all in the original.
It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh. You know what? This is a trick. Maybe it's not.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Right, but how do I do that? I love pushing my big colored buttons to torture the wage slave. You joke, but that's like probably what they do at McKinsey or whatever. There are entire career paths you could pick about just making people unhappy.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Okay.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all.
Yeah, the
he
writing in
needed
this
to
game
know.
is good.
It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley
It is
stepped
just like a
through the open door.
interesting piece of writing. Because there's not much to the gameplay, yeah, but it is cool.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
It's dumb to point it out, but the only way to get this ending is to do exactly what you're told the whole time. That's a good point. I didn't even consider that. The only way to get that ending...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
The only way to get
Stanley
that
decided
ending
to go to the
that's
meeting room.
supposedly
Perhaps
the
he had
good
simply
ending where
missed a
you
memo.
get your freedom
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
is to just do exactly as you're told every step of the way.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Oh. How do I give it input? Have you looked at the achievements for this game? No. To be honest, I don't know if you care. I don't know if I care. I don't play... I'm the opposite of Scorpy. I don't care about Chivos. I guess Scorpy doesn't care about Steam achievements either because there's no score involved.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
No! No joke, chat. I wanted to sit in the broom closet so I could go to the bathroom, but I guess since I can't do that, I'm gonna just leave the game running and staring at the locked off, the boarded up broom closet, so I could go use the bathroom. I'll be right back, chat. I gotta do my business. I'll be back. Okay, I was really hoping that by I was really hoping that by getting up and using the bathroom, that I was really hoping that by getting up and using the bathroom that like something funny would happen while I was away, but I guess not. You missed the broom closet event? Did something happen? Like I was like that, you know, I genuinely did have to use the bathroom. You missed the interferencia? No. No, I was like, I had to, you know, I had to go number 2, TMI. But I had to use the bathroom, and I was like, oh, I hope something funny happens while I'm away. So, Benry was here? Oh.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Was there a branching path? I want to go downstairs. Chat, Benry is on the plane now, which is a scarier statement in light of recent events than
But
it
Stanley
used to
just
be.
couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken
Did I already
that
get
risk?
this ending?
All because he believed everyone had
I think I already got this ending.
His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
Okay, I already got this.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Ooh.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
He got the blue office! I just got an achievement saying you can't jump. We disabled it. I've been hitting spacebar a lot. Well. This is the whiteboard ending. Yeah, job well done. Easy. Easy game. Easy game. GG. Alright.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I didn't go in here.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I like the echo. I hope I get to turn this off at some point.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong
Oh,
foot
right, I
here.
can't jump.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone?
No
That wasn't supposed to
hesitation.
be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
If I had picked up the phone.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
If I had picked up the phone, would that have just been an ending? I don't really care. Everything's an ending. Okay, fair.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Ooh, I wonder if I go take the door on the left, I wonder if that's just gonna railroad me back to the original story. But then a bunch of this shit just happened, so you know what?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
In. Let me in! Let me in!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his
Oh,
boss's
I
office.
can't go downstairs anymore. I'm like railroaded into... Oh, I can't even go to the bathroom anymore.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
What?
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting
did
the
I-
story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
What did I even do?
All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What did I even do? That time. The first time was...
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay,
Yet there
fine.
was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Well, I didn't touch anything!
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
I didn't
Just
touch
follow my lead
anything!
and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Not touching anything.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
One more try.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Alright,
I'm quite
alright.
sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fuck you.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that?
Hey, you didn't
what
let
did you
me-
think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? They
didn't let me! They didn't let me
What am
play!
I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it.
That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me?
Oh!
Can
I
you
got
hear
one
me?
of the ultra deluxe endings.
Is everything all right?
Or maybe this
Stanley,
is just...
This is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice
was
you
in
make
the
is just
original?
fine. We're
Okay.
both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Who the hell is Leroy? You're not cool enough to know.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Well, I'm not dog anymore.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I've been in some pretty nice elevators. None of them have played music. Myth. That's a lie. Elevator music is a lie. There's no elevators. Hey, wait a minute. This guy has only been on low-class elevators. going to Gmod Tower. Yeah. How long do you think this will go on for? Yeah, I'm gonna go get some pistachios. I'll be back.
Loving that mellotron.
Ah!
New follower.
Hey, thank you for the follow. I've been trying to lose a bit of weight. There's an ebb and flow to it, but I need to lose a few pounds again. And so I've been having healthy snacks. Like pistachios. Can I have a pistachio? Yeah, well. Alright, catch. Yeah, I've been having healthy snacks, like pistachios and things. Yeah, the narrator, it is repeating, I think. But I need a break. I usually avoid pistachios because they're so fucking expensive, but they're only gonna get more expensive, so might as well enjoy some pistachios now. So, two things. One, yes, you're right. Everything's about to get more expensive.
Loving that mellotron.
But the other thing, even outside of the tariffs, so America grows a lot of pistachios. They grow in California. Something Trump did, which is like, it would be funny if that wasn't, you know, if it wasn't about us growing our food. So, California, everyone knows about how California is a dry state, right? Something that's really important to California is how they manage their water. Farmers, and we're not talking about like, ooh, I have a little garden, like farmers, like industrial farming, like big companies are constantly fighting the government in California to basically just have, you know, the lion's share of the water. They want this because, to be fair, they are trying to grow food. But it's a balance, right? Because the reason why the government is so patrolling over it is because it's water. They don't want to run out of water. Well, you know, Trump, I don't know the specifics of it, but I did see that, like, you know, Trump was on the, like, it was something like Trump was on the side of the farmers, but then a few days ago, he sent the Army Corps of Engineers to just, like, open up a dam or something, and now, like, a bunch of land is just flooded. And now no one has water. So, yeah. Just like clowns choose shit. But, not because of the tariffs, but yeah, pistachios might get a little bit more expensive soon. He thought freeing the water was the right move. Yeah, like, you know. Yeah. Open the water. More water. Isn't that how it works?
How's the game so far?
The game is great. Thank you, Jet Ant, for the restart. Much appreciated. No, the game's great. I'm having a lot of fun with this game. We're doing a thing right now, though. I'm eating pistachios. Will Trump... Alright. Will Trump pardon Mr. Beta? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I might have him die. Yeah, I'm making a mess. Are there any mods in chat? Put a vote up right now on whether or not Mr. Peanut should get a pardon. Should Mr. Peanut get a presidential pardon? Yes or no? Alright, snack time over. How the fuck do I get out of here? Okay, actually, what happens if I press down? Okay, same thing. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, okay, invisible wall. Okay, that's invisible wall. Can I not go back?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
I just got an achievement for that.
Two, 845.
8.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Eight.
You're in too deep, gotta keep going.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
Yep.
Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Okay.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
I wish Valve does it pretty well. I wish more games had I wish more games had like museums. I know that eats into development time, but like I've always thought that stuff was always really interesting. Like no joke, if any game, like if a game launched today and like a few months later they're like, hey, we made like a little museum and you could pay $3 like as DLC to be able to like get a map that was like a little museum, or like DLC that was developer commentary, I would buy it. No hesitation. If more games did that, I love that stuff. You could have your cake and eat it too, right? Because it's like, it is work you would have to like do, right? Like it's not trivial. Like adding to your game takes work, but that's the kind of DLC that like I would love, legitimately. Like no, like a lot. The clock is still not correct. Almost 6 o'clock. The Half-Life 2 developer commentary was great. Oh yeah, I love that shit. Like yeah, like I would love like I said, like I'm surprised in the age of like I don't know.
Player to do anything in this room. Perfect example of poor level design, textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding. Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room. Perfect example of poor level design, textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good.
Like this is cool. They added a developer commentary to Half-Life 1. Yeah, it was added pretty recently. They for the Half-Life anniversary stuff. But But like I said, like I would pay for that. Like, I love that stuff. Wow, this is. I thought it was just gonna be another ending, but this is like actually a huge. It's actually just like a legit fucking museum. I kind of wish I got this ending like later than I did, but I'm not mad. I want to keep looking around and stuff. It's legitimately kind of interesting. All the different iterations of the office. Okay. I think we've seen all of it, right? I think I went down every path. Exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Okay.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Okay. I did it on a delay, but... Oh, I have to do this again? It's 6:01. You know what? Fine. Hey, guess what though? Guess what? My favorite time? Now. Let's do it. Let's do it. More sliders. I'm so... The time that it is right now, the correct time. Yeah. Alright. One last time. One last time. No. The game doesn't know I'm streaming. Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh, we can...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Should I chat? No! What? People are saying no. You haven't finished the old content? I haven't. True, I haven't.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Actually, I wonder if the game
All of his
accounts for
co-workers were gone.
speedrunning.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
that.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Speedrun this shit.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here
Speedrun
either.
this shit.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway. Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Whoops, nope, never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out. Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat. Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
No.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Oh.
Oh my God, it's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley. Of course, going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it?
This ending, as far as I know, is
but
from
you have to
Ultra
understand
Deluxe
that
only.
30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is, a breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Did I, chat? Did I? Did I?
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you, which is why, oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
Oh, wow. Okay, I thought he was just gonna be...
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
It's a little bit like Nathan Fielder. Someone screenshot this. I like this one.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door. All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Oh? Okay, so that was one of the endings.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, over under on new content. I probably haven't seen everything, but I'm not much of a completionist kind of guy when it comes to single player games, so do it. Uh, 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 I know it doesn't lock out old stuff, but something about me, I do want to do old stuff first. Although I can't even think of anything left to do. Yeah, I've been playing for 2.5 hours. Let's do new stuff. The deluxe stuff.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Go back to the broom closet? I can't. They locked me.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Okay.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Okay. Ration your jumps? That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to... Nice and calm. Nice and calm. Nice and calm. But we don't have to jump. We don't have to jump. This is a good time, I think, to let you guys know that we have a new episode of the podcast. I put out, it's a pretty good one too. Trog paid for all of us to get our fortunes read. We had like fortunes, so we would figure out what would happen to us in the coming year. So, new episode of the podcast out now, episode 62. Don't listen to it yet because I'm streaming, but you know, if you want to download it or listen to it maybe after the stream. Got episode 62 out now. I put the link in chat. I will. Thank you for telling me. You know, hey, jokes aside, how many of you, how do you find out when there's a new episode of the podcast? Because what we do right now is we upload it, and some people, they just get like a notification, I'm sure on like Spotify saying, or Spotify or whatever they use, like Apple Podcasts saying like, hey, you know, new episode of this out. But then what we do is I'll ping people on Discord, and I'm seeing a lot of people in chat saying that Discord is how they know. And then the third thing that we do is we have the RTVS account, like we have an official RTVS account now, and we just make an announcement saying that a new episode of the podcast is out. But it sounds like a lot of people find out through Discord. So yeah, or whatever podcast app they use. I don't think I'm gonna change how I notify people that there's a new episode, but yeah. Okay, I guess a better question is, nobody gets like surprised there's a new episode, right? Like does anybody watching the stream right now go like, oh, I didn't know the new episode was out? Like you know when a new episode comes out, right? Is there anybody who is ever like not like they forgot, but like they you know, they just don't like, they don't know when new episodes are out until like they open up like, you know, Spotify or like Apple or Google Podcasts and like, or like their RSS. Who the fuck in 2025 is checking their RSS feed? I mean, I'm sure somebody out there is doing that, but man, that is an option. You? That's nice. Before I was in the Discord, it was like that? Okay. Okay. So, it doesn't seem like there's too many people... I mean, let me scroll up. But it doesn't seem like there's too... Because this stuff actually matters to me. Because I actually, you know, I actually care about you guys getting notified when there's a new episode. But yeah, it seems like between Discord and like whatever you use for podcast to listen to the podcast, most people between those two things and then like a tweet and like the RSS feed updating automatically, it seems like all our bases covered. Happy. I feel like RSS has been on the rise again since social media started turbo imploding. Yeah, a lot of things are in flux right now. I talked about it at the very beginning of the stream, but yeah, I think anybody whose job it is, including me, to make funny stuff on the internet, quote unquote content, is probably gonna have to like evaluate or reevaluate a lot of things coming year about how they want to go about it. Like I said, I'm not gonna stop, but I need to figure out, you know, what the best course of action is now. Because you're right, I feel like social media is imploding. Like, a lot of people have moved on to Blue Sky, but the crunch is back? Oh, I'm sorry. I feel like, you know, yeah, people are using Blue Sky instead of Twitter. Oh boy. But, like, what is that? You know, like, I think people are just getting sick of social media. So maybe I gotta move, maybe it would be best if me and my friends moved on to the next thing. Down to 9. That was interesting.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
No one wants to use Twitter because it's run by a Nazi now. I mean, people been not wanting to use Twitter even before Elon Musk
Another
bought it.
elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content,
Like, I think,
then I could just read you the whole
think
dictionary.
people
There's 20
are just
hours
sick of
new
social
content
media
right
now.
there. Hell, I could count to
Like,
30 trillion. You could put that on the box.
I don't
the
like-
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else.
The thing is,
let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
The thing is that like, okay, if Blue Sky replaces Twitter, then it's just gonna like repeat the cycle of new social media, and it's just gonna get shitty over time. Like Scorpy's prediction, honestly, is the one that I've decided I think is the right one. Where I think, and we're kind of sorta on the right path for that, thankfully. But I think things are kind of getting small again, and I think even if you make a living on the internet making streams or doing streams or making videos for people, I think it's gonna be like smaller scale. Like people will go back to having like personal websites or like more personalized. Like even if social media does exist, it's gonna be just for checking your favorite people. It's not gonna be like it's gonna be just that's it. Like it's not gonna be like this communication thing anymore. Like
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
oh, is new.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
But yeah.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
I've seen some streamers get fed up with social media and they just have like Neo cities now. The thing about that is like, I mean, there's that, but like, I kind of want to. I think, as much as I hate Discord, I kind of have to admit that it's probably gonna be like Discord. Like, yeah, Neo Cities is one way to go about it, but like a Discord is like, like an IRC channel for a streamer. That also could work. I think Discord is actually pretty well positioned to take advantage of social media imploding. But then Discord has its own problems that I don't like, so maybe I should just make a NeoCities page. We'll see. We'll have to figure it out. But I do agree with Scorpy. I just don't know what form it will take. Like, am I gonna have just like a Baaulp's fan club blog, like a Baaulp zone, or like is the Discord gonna become that? I have to figure things out. I'm really, in hindsight being 2020, getting 2 ear infections last year was hella debilitating. So, it was hella debilitating, and this year I want to make big moves. I feel like last year was just like me trying to just, whoa. I feel like last year was just me getting sick and like trying to keep up.
I call it the memory zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
BaulpNation.com. I like the name Baaulp Nation. Honestly. I'll have to think of a name. Because I'm getting bored of the current name for the Discord at least. I'll figure it out.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I like the bath though, where they just put a sticker or put a tape over it.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art.
Alright, I really dig this as like a meta thing. There's a review for the game in the game.
Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content. Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone. To spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
How do I get in there? How do I get in there?
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Alright, I dig this.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
I dig this. It's such a funny thing to do for your game.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
All of these are
You can tell me
real.
if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say?
Cookies
You constantly have
9.
to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your Greek gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the
Oh,
phoenix
they're not
of
even
quality.
doing subtitles anymore.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again.
Okay.
I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here. We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Alright, you heard the guy? You heard the guy? Just gotta wait. Just noticed Baaulp has the Scorpy tag on his streams and Scorpy has the Baaulp tag. Yeah. Friends. Did not notice that before? I remember Wayne getting the art ending when he streamed this game. Yeah. Well, I'm getting the he got the art ending. I'm gonna get the Patience fan ending. #1 Patience fan. Way easier than what he did, I must say. Way, way easier. Well, you need to become a setting world champion. Patience fans be like, not yet. Yeah, exactly. Not yet. Not yet. How you guys doing today? You guys doing good? Wayne had to press a button. Wayne just needs to... Wayne just Baaulp just has to not press a button. Exactly. Easy. So easy. Sit here and relax. What was our meals today? I had chili. I made a big batch of chili for lunch a few days ago, and I've been slowly working through it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Scorpy was like, ooh, you should put chickpeas in your chili, so I did. Instead of the regular beans I used chickpeas, and I'll be real. I'll be real, chat. After day 3 of chili, I'm not digging the chickpeas no more. I kind of wish I had kidney beans instead. I like kidney beans better. Chickpeas are okay. I don't hate them. I do love them. But I normally use kidney beans. And I don't know why, but kidney beans got the taste I like in my chili. I'm considering making curry for dinner. I mean, yeah. It is a... Chili's good when it's cold. Maybe they'd be better as an addition with other beans. True, maybe I should have done that, but I was lazy. I was lazy, I didn't want to open up another can. You can blame me if you want. Considering making curry for dinner. That's a good call. What kind of curry? Curry is a very nebulous thing. Are you making an Indian curry? Southeast Asian curry? A Japanese curry? Does the clock in this room actually move? You want to watch the clock instead? We could do that. Any Sesame Ball fans in chat? Because I had some today. If you're talking about the ones that you get from dim sum places or like Chinese bakeries where it's like a ball of like a ball of mochi with red bean paste inside that's like fried in oil and covered in sesame seeds, yeah, those are fucking good. I haven't had one in a while because I've just been trying to avoid fried foods because I'm trying to wait again. Yeah, those are fucking good. I should go get some. I get mung bean filling because Viet. Oh, I should get some. You know what I have? Even though it's New Year's, you know what I haven't gotten? I think I forgot to. My parents don't usually make a super big deal out of it. Mooncakes. This is the time of year for that stuff. I should go get one. Maybe I should head to Chinatown. Head to Chinatown and get some goodies. Only appropriate. There's a dim sum place near my college and I've been working through their menu recently. Tried durian crisps. They were not very good. Whoa, I don't even know what that is. Like, what even is that? Durian crisps? A lot of dim sum places have durian stuff now. That was actually not very common when I was younger. But yeah, like every once in a while I'll see like pastries with durian infused stuff. But yeah, I don't know what that would even be. See, I like durian just as a fruit. I don't like it being I don't like it being in other stuff. It's fine on its own. It's not particularly a flavor. I think it gets enhanced by being like put into a baked good or anything. I haven't been able to eat any traditional New Year's foods because there's 0 good Chinese markets near my campus. No! I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm assuming you're like in college and you're not near any like big Asian population. That's a bummer. Well, hopefully you can still celebrate some way. Maybe you should, you know, hopefully you can figure out how to like, you know, maybe you can find something. That would bum me out. That's why, that would really bum me out. You know, I talk to my friends who, you know, are not a minority about like moving sometimes. I don't have any plans to move anytime soon. Especially not with the way things are going in the US. I don't think I want to move anytime soon. Because moving is expensive. And time and costs time. And I feel okay living with my parents right now. Not the coolest thing in the world to say you're living with your parents, but probably safer. But yeah, no, it's like, I don't blame them, but it's like something that I feel like my white friends don't usually consider, which is like, I always bring it up. I'm like, you know, anywhere where I move, there would have to be Asian people. They don't have to be Chinese, but there would have to be Asian people to a degree. Like, not just like a few, like not just, oh, because I've had it before, and like they've straight up told me like, oh yeah, like, oh, there's a lot of like Asian restaurants here, but it's like, that's not what I'm even talking about. There's Asian restaurants everywhere. That's not what I would want, you know. It's not just a food thing, you know. You know, I would want to be around my people, you know, if not Chinese people, at least other Asian people, you know. So, the consideration, something that I have to consider that I feel like most other people wouldn't have to consider. Not even as a safety thing, but like a you know, like moments like this, right? Like I think I'm not even like a super festive person, but you know, if I knew that I couldn't get like some of the food that I liked on Chinese New Year, and that, you know, none of the celebration, no matter how small, it really bummed me out. Hey, I'm gonna push the fucking button now. If it is over.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking and thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child. Wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve? For whose benefit is this? And here I am now, stuck in a room, waiting for you to press this button, and to become frozen in time, knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm going to be stuck all alone, and that I had the power to prevent it all from happening, if only I'd held my tongue.
Okay.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks? I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking, and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been? Oh, hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new The end is never the end, 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 is never.
Still no door. Well, still no door, chat. Oh. Uh-oh. I thought it'd get prettier, but okay. Hey. Hey, we finally got out. Yippee! Patience, fans! But what if I hit the button again? Oh, okay, never mind.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Oh, good. I was worried we were gonna have to rewatch all of that. That part, that stuff.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh, merch! Can you actually get these? Like, if you scan that QR code, like, can you actually buy this stuff? That would be really funny. Honestly, the shirt with the hand on it that says 2, honestly, kind of good. Also, the shirt that says, I saw the new content, also kind of good. Only one way to find out? Well, here you got, well, chat, you can feel free to scan it. You scan the QR code, you go to the promo website. Damn, they should sell the shirts.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms.
Do you think you'll play the beginner's
it's a
guide?
much more
I don't know what that
convenient
is.
solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
Another...
Come on, give it a try.
Is this another game by this dev? Oh, maybe then.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Alright, we have a bucket now.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Oh! Yo, jump circle, where is it? Where's the jump circle? Free achievement. Oh, hell yeah.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
That's a funny gag. Alright.
What else?
Oh.
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Oh, jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Damn, they were really rationing that shit. Oh, no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Oh, that's funny.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
I snuck one in there before you took it away. Got one in. Got one in before it went through the floor.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Whoa. Hold on, I want to check out the infinite hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Cool. I wish I could throw the bucket in there. Do it. No balls? Alright, fine.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite?
Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite...
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Anyway. Wait, go back? Okay.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Got him. Again?
Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there, goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Okay. Whole fans eating good tonight, yeah. Okay, I was about to get up from my chair and walk away, but I'm kind of glad I didn't do that now. Whoa. Some Tetris Effect shit.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. You're no longer using up the space of mine. What?
Abgeschlossen, noch durch.
Stanley!
Aww.
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Oh, it's loading something. Oh, okay, we're back here.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
I already have the bucket. Infinite hole. The button. Oh yeah, the epilogue. Okay. Settings world champion. Aww. What haven't I done? Is collectible. I haven't done that. Eh.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Okay.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Alright. I'm assuming we've done a lot of...
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
No screenshots, chat.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
All right. I'm gonna take another break and let's start the Stanley Parable 2. Sorry about that, chat. I'm back. Hello, hello, hello. Stanley Parable 2. Don't you just love it when the streamer just leaves? I'm so good at that. I'm so good at leaving the stream alone. I don't think any streamer is better than me at walking away from their setup and just having you guys stare at a chair. Maybe one day, maybe one of these days I'll use... I have one, but I just don't use it. One of these days I'll think to use the BRB screen I have. What about XQC? No, he's a poser. He's not actually good at that. Maybe Snoop Dogg has
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day.
This is Stanley Parable 2,
of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one
Stanley has his own fucking office, not a cubicle? Yeah.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened.
I never had my own
complete
office.
Isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Hell yeah.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley,
I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I'd never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Oh no, no elevator! Patience fans losing? I mean, yeah. I'm not getting impatient, I am getting hungry.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I am hungry.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt. The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Is this just the same game but with dialogue about a bucket? Like, is this the same path I took?
And Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
Do you think buckets like to be full or empty?
He could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Let's turn the machine on this time. Wait. No, I don't see a 4 button. Where? I see 1, 2, 3, 5. No button for. Oh, the button for 4 is up there. Three. How do I get in here? Right down. It's so dark, I can't see shit. Okay, I'm not supposed to do this yet. I'm not supposed to do this yet, I don't think.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley
was happy.
Wow, so this
All
is
of his
the...
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, we'll leave the bucket this time. Where's that? What content door? I want more DLC. Did I do all the Ultra Deluxe content?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
The DLC is now in the game. I gotta find the jumping circle then. Okay, just as I was saying.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all.
Okay, no figurine.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Okay. I'll grab the bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
This time. I want to...
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee! Stanley, look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I tried to give it the bucket. It wouldn't let me.
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent. Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Is it different? I can't tell.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, let's try to find those figurines.
Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to come into a staircase. Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
That leads to this. And I go into this room again? I can.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
I wonder if it tells me. Okay, it doesn't tell me how many I've collected on the pause screen.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Ooh, try this. I never tried this before.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
Or...
Nope, still on board with death.
Yeah, but what if there's a collectible down here, you know? Roll the dice.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game back in his office.
I don't think
as
there's any
alive
more
as ever.
collectibles in here.
What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
We had done this already.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
I've never seen any of
Then
this.
Stanley came to a set of two open doors.
I just
This
play
was not
normally
the
and
correct
turn it
way to
off
the
at the
meeting
normal
room, and
ending.
Stanley knew it perfectly
Yeah,
well.
you're joking,
Perhaps
right?
he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Although, what if someone
The
did
lounge
that?
was sublime, a work of art.
What if someone
But
did
eager
that?
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
I got a collectible waiting for me.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one.
I saw the last one. It was in that room.
Number
How did I
will
get
equal
back
the
there?
second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Oh. Is this another Patience fans moment? I got that. I'm good at that. Alright, I'm bored.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Okay.
No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Okay.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can.
Oh, nah.
If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving. Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
This is my dancing fruit
No,
video.
what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Damn, these games have good voice acting. There's one voice. Okay, true. Fault. Wrong. There's two voices.
I'm going back. Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is the confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket? Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Alright, the last...
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. And there it is. The last Stigma Wrigley. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here, and now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Part of me wants to jump down, but part of me wants to go in. This game is making me hungry. Me too.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down.
Do you even have access to this ending if you don't take the bucket, or is it different?
Explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why
Belgian waffles with
feels
sausage? You're fucking lucky.
What do I do with this treasure?
It's a different ending without the bucket.
I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket.
There's a bucket version of every ending? Wow. That's kind of crazy.
Golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
Wow. That kind of makes me want to try that ending without the bucket.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just
That's
the most
funny.
intrinsically
Just
fulfilling
a
moment of your
wall.
entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time. Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley. And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
I think the boss is up. Wait. No, it was the boss's office.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I want a room like this in my house. Pink apple room.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Okay, this is great. Fuck yeah. Do you think it's scripted, or do you think there's really a version of this for every, like, 5th one you find? Wow, that's
Takes
crazy.
you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
That's awesome.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like. And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, this spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
What happens if I go in here? Oh, it's just wrong.
This was our second Figly. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Oh shit.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Baaulp doing the new stuff? Yes, this would be... This is my first time playing the game, but this is new stuff.
The 2 doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely?
Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what?
Yeah, it's so
Since
funny
we're
how
in
it's like
the zone,
clearly
how about
supposed to be
one
just
more
male
good
07,
memory?
but
let's go
not.
back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Male 07.5.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh. Something's different.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Different. Feels different.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
That was different.
Here's the door, just go.
A rare extra long hallway segment, it can happen. Oh, I should have stopped to like inspect things then.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Have you tried jumping on the chair? You can't jump. You can't jump in this game. Well, correction. You can jump. I used them all in the jumping circle.
Each bore
already.
the number of an employee.
I got my max jumps out of that.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Did the game just reset, or did the game just reset like normal, or
no,
is this part
he
of
refused
what
to
we
believe
did
it.
last?
He
where
couldn't accept
they're
it.
doing this
His own life
like
in
one more
someone
time.
else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible?
I guess I have to play it, right?
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
I'm thinking there's nothing I can do here.
This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright. Wonder if there's anything left that I haven't done. I've been playing this for almost 5 hours and I'm getting really hungry, so... The sequel has now paused. There's like a ton, lol. In the main menu? Oh shit! Alright, we'll check this out. I still have a good amount of endings to check out. Damn, I thought I was gonna be able to finish this game in one sitting. I thought I'd be able to finish this game in one sitting, but I guess not then. Ah! I'm sorry, I gotta fix that shit. It's starting to really hamper my ability to stream. It is a funny surprise though every once in a while, but kind of stupid, so I think I gotta fix that sooner rather than later. Keep you on your toes, yeah. What the fuck is that? Ah, ha, ha, ha! Oh shit, is this real? Does Cooking 9 actually have a fucking vlog? Like so many, blah blah. Wait, like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable. Which underscores how truly disappointed I am with the sequel. Oh, this can't be real. Yeah, okay. They made a joke. They made a hoo-ha. Hey, thank you. Thank you all. While I might not thank everybody for following, but I do see them. There is a notification. Oh wait, I'm going backwards. But yeah, thank you for following. Okay. this way.
Jim, Jim, Jim.
Or jump buttons.
Jim, Stanley, Jim, Jim, Stanley, Stanley.
Oh! Thank you for enjoying the new content. The Eh. Eh. Okay, so that's what the epilogue is. Okay. I'm really hungry, and I've been going for 5 hours now. I think now's a good time to wrap up the game. But yeah. Hope that was fun to watch. I was thinking, I gotta debate whether or not I want to stream this game again, because I do like it, and Trog did say in my chat that there are like a bajillion more endings, but I wonder if I should stream this game again. There's a lot of super secret endings. I'll be real. When it comes to single player games, I'm not much of a completionist. Although, I feel like for this game, I should play it again. I just don't know if it's worth another stream. I guess that's something I'll have to decide on my own. This was really fun to watch. Thank you. I'm glad you liked what you saw. I'm glad you liked 5 hours of me playing the Stanley Parable. Alright. I'm really hungry. I don't really got anything else to say about that. I ate lunch like 7 hours ago, so I'm really hungry now. What's going on? There's a raccoon on Critter Vision. Okay, so if you want to see a raccoon eat food on a night vision camera, then feel free to stay tuned in, because we're gonna raid Critter Vision. Otherwise, have a good rest of your evening. I am going to grab dinner. I'm going to get some food, dinner with my family, and then I'm gonna do more work because this month so far I've been a real workhorse. But you know, if Baaulp, if I am to rise like a phoenix from the ashes and have 2025 be my year, it's gonna take a lot of effort. So I don't mind it. But yeah, I gotta model stuff in Blender tonight and get some stuff done for item label. Item label is working me like a horse. So yeah. Go check out whenever we're done with the video that I'm currently working on for item label, make sure to go check that out, and then if you are so persuaded, buy some stuff. Alright. Have a good night, everybody. Peace out. Stay safe, stay wonderful. Have a good one. I'll be back next week. Bye-bye.